Awesome, awesome. Where's my water bottle? I need to find my water bottle. Um, so if anyone's here already, I'm trying to find my water bottle. Water bottle, water bottle. Where have I put it? Hello there, Mr. Lizard. Cool to see you. Cool to see you in here. So, as usual, I'm waiting for viewers to appear. Ah, okay, 3 concurrent viewers. Awesome. So the interesting thing is, um, it's somewhat questionable. So some people say, as a content creator, that's a thing that you should do, and some people say you shouldn't do. But sometimes when the time is right, I tend to I tend to share my content on some social media platforms such as Reddit, deeply believing that the people there would be interested in watching that content, and that's exactly what I did. Today, because I'm assuming this is going to be my last stream of this entire Doom PS2 series. So meanwhile, I'd just like to show you some interesting conversation that has been going on. So So this has basically been my post, um, me talking about doing blatant self advertising, and like the whole premise of that video. And someone was actually interested, and I'm surprised by the upvotes. My entire description of what happened. So that the entire description of what has happened in the last stream got so positively voted. And here was this comment. So feel free to react to it in any way you like. Not even trying to shame that person. It's just a funny misunderstanding that has occurred. So in meanwhile, let's transfer the fourth chunk. PHP index PHP assets. Oh, so it's DOO, DO1, DO2. Okay, it needs to be DO3. PHP index.php. B64 file. So once again, watching paint dry, essentially. The Reddit user seems to think you just want. No, not even this. Like the title of my Reddit post was the title of my Reddit post has been. Can you install Doom through sheer keyboard input? And what they were assuming was, or he or she, whatever, what that person was assuming was like, I've made like eight times like 10-hour streams dedicated towards installing Doom using a keyboard. So just like performing the installation. So he was like, what's your point, Felix? What's your point? It's just the default way. It has always been the default way of installing Doom. You're using a keyboard. And maybe I've been using a somewhat clickbaity title, so maybe subconsciously I wanted to trick people into believing that at first glance, that this was like my intention. I'm not even sure why I chose that title, but I found it somewhat amusing that this was someone's first reaction. Going through the normal installer but pressing enter instead of click. Exactly. To be fair, if this should work, so at the end of this noon, so like in the early morning, if I'm able to play Doom, I feel a bit sad. I feel a bit sad because the whole reason for me to stream breaks apart. It, unfortunate, and I'd probably be busy turning this whole thing like into a straightforward video. Meanwhile, I try to find my water bottle because I desperately need that thing. Oh, it seems as if I got 3 more viewers while I was searching for my water bottle. So I deeply believe that the entire Reddit endeavor made the viewership grow, or is about to make the viewership grow. I deeply believe that. So at least I hope. So this stream is going to be very boring. I just know it. This is going to be absolutely boring. We need to come up with some kind of topic that we can talk about. Huge mangas. I did find this from Reddit post. Okay, yes, cool, awesome. Making that video is the most important part, because that's what is the sound of a falling tree if nobody is there to hear it, especially when you have these kinds of Reddit people. Also, thank you for your compliment, and thank you for pointing that out. And I definitely have to make a video on this, but and having streamed the entire procedure has helped me tremendously getting it done. So if it wasn't for the streaming, I wouldn't have get it done in this pace at this time. Just the, peer pressure is magical. Perhaps you could talk about computer things while you're at it. For instance, what the hell is happening on your screen right now? Why is it printing what appears to be a randomized sequence of symbols? It actually isn't a randomized sequence. It's the base 64 encoded version of a segment of a Doom zip file. So I have like 10 of these, or to be exact 11. So I have 10 with 230k size, and like a few more KB, and after this entire procedure is done, I can merge these individual files together and have like a consistent Doom zip file, which I'm able to decompress directly on that laptop, because in a previous stream, in yesterday's stream, I've also transmitted an unzip utility this way. So it's just like at this point it's just about Doom, getting the Doom zip transferred of this computer, and the blue screen with the supposedly randomized characters is basically just an editor. It's like just an MS-DOS editor. From what I understand, you are attempting to transfer the Doom zip from somewhere, likely a different computer. It certainly is taking its time. Yeah, it's taking its time for sure. So this box right here, it's like it's an Arduino, so like a engineering single board computer thingy for for embedded purposes, and it's hooked up using this. Let me show. Da, 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 da. So there are like two cables hooked up to it. So the black cable in the back goes right into the PS2 port of that laptop. Can I show it? Unfortunately, I don't want to touch it at this point. And the blue cable is essentially just a USB cable going to the PC that I'm currently at and I'm streaming from. And the terminal window that you see in the lower left corner is like the feeding. So this is like the feeding the feeding tool, which is feeding the Arduino and telling the Arduino what the Arduino has to type into that laptop. Where are computers so slow back in the day? Um, the it's not necessarily a slowness of the computer. So there are like two components which might make you think that this is somewhat slow. The first thing is the screen ghosting. So you hardly see any progress on the screen. It looks somewhat really random because when going from when moving up each line, it looks like in a certain time frame it looks like mushy because it's an old display. It's like one of the earliest color LCD displays that were available on the market back then. But the transmission speed is actually quite fast, considering that the interface, the connector that I'm using, is supposed to be used with keyboards. So there is no human being that's able to text to type in a text in such a fast pace. Exactly. Warname is always good at finding words. So the Arduino is manually transcribing the contents of the zip file in order to transfer it from. So the Arduino is manually describing the contents of the zip file in order to transfer it from your primary computer to the. So the Arduino has actually no idea what's going on. So the Arduino doesn't really have some deeper logic inside of it. The main logic actually happens inside of my main computer with that script that's currently running and feeding the Arduino. So the Arduino is essentially just like acts as an interface. So the computer sends like a certain string, so like a certain combination of characters, and the Arduino is just stupidly executing it and is sending the corresponding key codes right into that laptop. certainly. It's actually thanks to Vorname or Vorname that this looks that interesting, because Vorname told me to just use MS-DOS, the native MS-DOS editor, which makes that entire procedure look even more interesting. Here in Sweden, people here in Sweden love old computers. This would be something you would find in an exhibition or similar. Marvelous. Thank you for your compliment. This piece of tech definitely deserves to be in a museum. So it's somewhat sad that it's being used by someone like me in such a perverted manner, actually. Definitely, like in once the video is done, and once there's nobody that can steal my video idea, I'll definitely publish that whole thing on GitHub. And I'm definitely sure there are other people who are going to profit from the work that I have put into the PS2 dev library. I'm actually surprised that it had to be me to fix that thing. Your accent sounds. Yes, I'm German. I'm I'm from Germany, born in Germany, raised in Germany. It's my mother's tongue, and it's quite obvious. War der Mann beim Friseur? Nee. Improvisierter Bastelscheren-Haarschnitt. As always. There's an upcoming game on Steam. It's called Planetenverteidigungskanonenkommandant. You should check it out. Definitely. Let me look it up. You are trolling me, aren't you? Planetenverteidigung. No way. No way. It actually is a thing. Well, Privet Andri. What we are looking at, we are basically looking at a installation of Doom. Like this thing right here, this tiny box right here, is basically pretending to be a keyboard, and it's being fed by my computer, and it's typing this really long string of random characters, which are actually like Doom. So I'm trying to install Doom without having any kind of traditional installation media. I'm actually surprised that you made it here. Installation of Doom, aka Windows Vista. Well, you should people should stop having prejudices towards Windows Vista. We have Windows 11 now. Essentially, instead of installing it normally, he's having an external Saltnik. Um, um, to me, it's essentially humiliating enough to use it, to even use it on stream. It would be devastating to my self-esteem if I would like talk about the products that I'm using. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm not the embracing nicotine enjoyer. I'm more like the closeted one. You mean you're typing bytes and characters that get decodes to? Exactly. So this is like base 64 decoded, and we in the last stream. So if you really want to have like the whole context, so this stream today is essentially watching paint dry. It's essentially watching the Arduino do its thing, and this is basically everything you're gonna look at for today until Doom is finally installed. So we we managed to sneak a also using just keystrokes. We managed to sneak a base 64 decoding tool into that thing. So it's basically just creating base 64 decoded files, and then after this whole stuff has been written, it's then being decoded. How Vista? I haven't utilized Vista myself. I just remember the hate grind my father from my father back then. Wurzel says, I can imagine. I can remember back in like 2008, my father has gotten like a some HP workstation. So it was a laptop, and he was offered either Windows Vista or XP, and he was for obvious reasons he was confident in just choosing the XP variant. XP maximalist. So our fathers tend to have some similarities here. I never forget his I never forget his broken heart after XP has reached its end of life. Well, yes, and to me it was the same because I was a vivid XP user, but to be fair, it made me do the the switch to Linux one day. So this was like my one of the main motivators back then for me to get into Linux, and I don't regret it. If it wasn't for that XP end of life thingy, I'd still be stuck on Windows 10 or even worse on Windows 11. I see the catch is that you're using PS2 input only. Exactly. So the entire process that the Arduino is doing could essentially be done by a human who's being held at gunpoint and told to type in Doom. So like as a means of torture. So as long as that person is supplied like a paper version of a paper pages of Doom and it's in its base 64 decoded state. So so there is like the laptop. It was like a fresh, pristine installation of Windows 98, which was then put into DOS mode. So we aren't even touching the Windows 98 thing. So it's just like a bare metal DOS running right now, and there's no kind of media being used yet. So there hasn't been a floppy inserted, there hasn't been a CD there was no CD used, no serial cable, no network, no nothing. So everything we got at this point was achieved using plain PS2 input. Even the editor, even the editor that you're seeing right now, even this one was like typed in typed in by the Arduino. Awesome. Let's install Doom using punch cards. This is so far. I mean, proper freak. At this point, I'm not even sure what you think of me. So at this point, I feel like I feel like that you think of me as some kind of weird psyop or some matrix glitch. Legends say this was how East German programs were made. The interesting thing is most of the East German software side of things was like it was copyright infringement. So for they used to have like x86 systems which were either reverse engineered or just bought like in a smugly kind of way, and their supposedly own operating system was just like a version of DOS where they just changed a few strings and they called this whole thing disk control program, DCP, and quite an interesting rabbit hole. I still haven't got what and how you... Did they even have any locally produced software? It wasn't even imported from the Union. They got their stuff straight from Western Germany. So they've been essentially using Western Germany. So they had like some contacts, and it's probably, if you got the contacts and if you know the people who know people, it must have been quite easy to get like a MS-DOS floppy across the wall, so for you to copy, especially considering the fact that your government doesn't really care about Western concepts such as intellectual property. But there was like locally produced software, so for some kind of niche issues there has software been developed, especially like for charset conversion. So oh my goodness, I'm being exposed right now. Thank you for a compliment. But to be fair, like it was meant like in a half serious manner. I would like to know what this guy's law is. So like what this guy's real law is. Because I'm stuck behind a language barrier, and I can't break through it on time. So one day I might be able. So maybe when learning enough of the language, I might be able to reach this kind of point of no return point. But from the current perspective, it's somewhat unlikely. And it's actually cool to know some bilingual person who could maybe try help me get some could help me understand some more things. No, no, I just tend to have like an overall interest in Slavic languages. It's just a hobby of mine that I have developed essentially because like family related things, my wife and stuff. Have you seen the image where the Lua code is in Arabic? In my eyes, it's a very funny image. Who in their right mind would? It's probably trolling. I'm sure it's intended to be trolling. Oh my god, what's a? It's interesting. What's a? Your your behavioral patterns in chat are like exactly the same as like in person. This is weird. This is like the very last message that's staying on the screen. I actually don't want this message to stay on that screen. So, Wurzel, you're making me feel uncomfortable. I know for sure that he was served in the Ukrainian army defending against Russians. It's interesting. It's interesting because I receive so many contradicting sources on this guy. Some people are claiming that he straight up fled to Poland back in 2022, but I'm just lacking context, and I'm not able to have like any an opinion on that guy that's worth something. Worth something. Was just about today. What happened to the delay? Was not this long before. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So can't we the entire edgelord stuff, so can't we just like have some kind of private group for this? So I don't want. I get the humor. I get the humor that's tied to it. But do we really have to make me like a public stage for it? Oh my goodness! What have I gotten myself into? So, Hugh, what do you mean by the delay? I mean, you just made it about you, LMA. I didn't. I just wanted to. Never mind. I just. Wurzel. Ich weiß, welches verdammte Spiel du spielst. Stop gaslighting me. Fucking Wurzel, ey. Play funny games, win fun. Yeah. Stream delay. Hello, almost a minute. So maybe it's related to the OBS setup. Maybe I can get it back to sync by showing an ad. Actually, as my message too. It's actually one of the reasons why I have like the main reason why I'm having the chat window like inside of the stream, so that people have like an immediate feedback on when their message is being received, so to not create like any kind of confusion. There's a filter that prevents some posting with certain words to appear in the chat. Well, sometimes it does a bad job and sometimes it does an even worse job. So I wouldn't I would have expected the Wurzel stuff to not be displayed, but some kind of innocent links like pointing towards a regular image file are being suppressed. This is like absolute nonsense. It is appearing. I can so it's just a delay. I feel like this is like an extremely unfiltered conversation, which is like to my personal disadvantage, I believe. Stormart, are you still enjoying that apple flavored Zoomer Brainrot, or you moved into something else by now? Um, I had some postings mentioning the command dot got deleted. Probably confused with a link. Probably. Nowadays, since like .zip has become a TLD, it's also messing stuff up. No, I see your screen messages before and after mine, but not mine. So is there like some auto moderation on, and moderation activity, reactions, community moderation? So is there like anything being filtered that requires me to do some manual moderation? Sturmi, mach mal Nudelsalat. Um, so at this point I'm like on the least restrictive configuration that YouTube allows me to have, and I have no pent up messages like that have been filtered and need to be moderated. So um, it's just YouTube's own will, and essentially even when writing regular content comments below videos, it's it tends to be similar. So like your comments being swallowed, and so your comment not appearing, but there's still like the corresponding number of comments like after you've written the comment, but your comment doesn't appear. Funnily enough, it's with me it's always happening with content that's been produced by that has been produced by public broadcasting in Germany. I feel like being on a block list. I feel like being too based in their mind. This The thing is, I know what you're trying to refer to. I feel like knowing what you're trying to refer to, like what this guy is or what he isn't, or how he's politically affiliated or how he isn't. But there's always like this aftertaste of, but I'm not sure though, and that's the weird thing about this guy, which makes him like worth watching a bit. This is the whole the entire twisted part about it. Top chat now switched. Okay. I see. I have done something. I did something dumb. I believe. Um. Top chat, live chat, all message. So now it's like the unfiltered, like the Okay, I need to keep this in mind to remove top chat and to have like I never assumed that I'd be in the situation where I had like to switch from a top chat to a live chat. It's it's basically my fault. I heard that his tattoos are disguised to avoid normal office life into a no, and his. I'm not sure though. Okay, okay, okay. I need to keep it in mind. Thank you. So, Andri, thank you a lot for that lesson. For your 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 tendency towards being shadow banned by the algorithm made me learn something. I appreciate it. This is like this is like the cursedest. I'm not even sure if that's like grammatically valid. This is like the cursedest can it run Doom kind of content that has ever been created. The the whole considering the entire premise and now like the final part, the whole climax being under the influence of things. Do you have any other ideas for quirky computer projects? I do. I definitely do. But ideas aren't worth shit. I feel like after having lived for 24 years, I need to learn it at some point, and better soon than later. Um, my problem is I actually have too many ideas, and some aren't. Um, I actually believe that playing Doom on a pregnancy test, it actually was fake news. Like for real. Let me look it up. I deeply believe that the supposed pregnancy test was just like a pregnancy test shell which got replaced with off the shelf hardware that's by default capable of playing Doom. Doom pregnancy test. So this basically, I see, I see. It's just it's nonsense. So it's just corporate click farming bullshit that's going on here. It's just like a shell being used. It's just a pregnancy test shell being used. And of course, this is like the kind of stuff. Um, I feel somewhat bad because I deeply believe there are pregnancy tests around that could be capable of playing that are capable of playing Doom. So like some kind of high tech nonsense, U.S. Silicon Valley startup nonsense. But nobody's gonna try it again. Nobody is gonna try running a Doom on a pregnancy test again because the entire internet is occupied by fake news that got oh. Okay, it seems as I deeply believe that the checksum is correct. So let me look it up. Um, I need to implement some kind of pause here once again inside of my code. So where did it get hung? Where did it hang up? It hang up at, okay. So the base64 decoding needs a bit more time, so let's make it 2 and this right here 4. So there's still a bit of tweaking involved even at this stage. Okay, checksum correct. Okay, we can proceed with the fifth chunk. Oops. Fifth chunk. If you want to know like a similar story that, so I've been a person who's been, I've been featured on Hacker News 2 times actually. Funnily enough, I always noticed after a month after it happened. The interesting thing is, like, don't be that guy. Don't be that guy who's being featured 2 times on Hacker News and needs to have like an OBS stream that says seeking no BS employment. And don't be that guy. Don't be me in this regard. But the worst thing about it is that you are always competing with bullshitters. You're competing for attention with obvious bullshitters and some tech related legacy media not doing its job. The interesting prime example for this is like the most recent source code releases of MS-DOS 4.0, I believe. It turned out that for quite some time, I think that Microsoft has fixed the issue afterwards. The code wasn't even compilable. So with the regular Microsoft toolchain that was used back then, the supposed source code wasn't usable. And it was this entire media sensation, like in legacy tech media. They used to release. They've released MS-DOS 1.0. They've released 2.0. And now they're releasing 4.0. But nobody's taking. None of these people is taking the time to confirm the stuff that they publish, and it needs to. Maybe like Dave's Garage, so he's an ex Microsoft employee, so he's the one who had like to drain that swamp of misinformation. And a similar thing as Wait a second. Prime example. Some German is incapable and why are looking for employment. I'm looking for employment because my current contract is going to run out, and I've been looking for alternatives, and it always tended to be bullshit. So I've basically been like g- for like 3 months. I'm stuck in some kind of emotional roller coaster of believing, oh, like this is gonna be it, this is gonna be the chance, and then it turns out to be bullshit. It's a constant switching between let's fucking go and the rest has fallen, let's fucking go and the rest has fallen, if you know what I mean. Um, and so I'm just using, at this point I'm just trying to make this kind of content that I'm doing, and maybe there's like the slight chance of someone being like, we could actually we should hire someone who can do this Arduino PS2 library shit. So I'm just being like an opportunity maxer here. It sounds stupid. It may sound somewhat schizophrenic. It may even sound somewhat entitled. But there's so much lore tied to it. Um, Regarding this, so it's a German article, and especially German news source, like German tech media. They tend to be especially bad because all that they do is translating, being good at translating. um, Windows 95 running on a smartwatch. So this guy, he managed to let the old operating system Windows 95 on a Samsung Gear, he managed to make it run. And he's just been using a DOSBox. He's just been using a port of DOSBox. Like, can't we pay like can't we give the credit, and even if it's just imaginary credit, like the interpersonal credit, you know what like the non-monetary credit, why can't we give it to these people, like the people who've been developing SDL, which DOSBox is based on? Why is it always like these people? Why is it always like these people who just installed an app onto something, and then all of a sudden are being called fucking hackers? This is a swamp. Well, nothing essentially. So if someone would manage to make that operating system run natively on that smartwatch, that would be awesome. So it would require some tweaking. So in case that's an x86 based smartwatch and someone is modifying the 9X kernel and is debugging it to make it run natively on a smartwatch, but this guy has literally installed an app onto his smartwatch and just added like the Windows 95 boot image to it, and then he's being called a hacker. So there's something going deeply wrong in the terms of like the tech reporting thingy. And I don't even mean to sound like some kind of Tucker Carlson-esque person when talking about legacy media and swarms worthy of being drained. But regarding the legacy media in tech, it's appropriate terminology. I'll be on the toilet real quick. The West has fallen. Billion must install Windows 10 using floppy disks. I mean, it was BS in what way? Regarding the article, it seems like a typical tabloid article. Cheap press, no real story. Journalists looking to create a story, more or less. Story about a suck started 12 gauge when looking at Heise homepage. Bist du oben oder unten gegangen wegen... the draw distance thing, for the draw distance thing, I'm always going downstairs, like keeping my draw distance short downstairs always. It's like that programmer girl showing a list of Wikipedia shortcuts on it. Oh my goodness. Yeah. I had ChatGPT calculated. So if I want to trust it, if I want to trust ChatGPT, it's like somewhere around 500 baud. So it's like somewhat faster than an old acoustic coupler from the 60s. You can, I looked it up, you can achieve a 300 baud rate using a tin can phone. So someone has actually built someone has set up a dial-up connection using a tin can phone, which is absolutely awesome, but for some reason absolutely underrated. Nobody knows about this thing, that this has ever happened, and someone had pulled this off, and it was like 300 baud. So I'm like double the maximum transmission speed of a tin can phone. Yes, yeah, base 64. The thing right here is base 64, which is being typed. But luckily, I didn't have to implement it myself. I just pulled an application from somewhere. The problem is when looking up like applications for MS DOS. It always makes fun. I just want to show you. I just want to give you like a sneak peek on my internal sufferings. So let's look something up. MS DOS MD5. So Google is the anti-DOS propaganda already takes full effect at Google's side. So it's like this. Press Windows R, then CMD. Or like this, or... Okay, to be fair... Would this run? I've also stumbled upon something very interesting when trying to find a MS-DOS utility for MD5. Ah, yeah, here. Is it? Ah. So I've some months ago I tried to find a MD5 application for MS-DOS only, and I think it was like in the archives of a Linux distribution, which claimed to be where the application was like deemed DOS compatible. I believe it's this. So, but why? So is it? Oh no! Did they? Okay, let's just wait for it to. How many keystrokes per minute do you have? I want to calculate it myself. Oh, I haven't measured the time exactly. I just know that I can, using the base 64 method, transmitting 230k takes somewhere around an hour, a bit less. So I don't have like an exact. I don't have like if you want me to, during the next transmission, like during the transmission of when transmitting the fifth chunk, if you want me to, I can set up a timer. But what has happened to Wayback Machine? Is it like because of the lawsuit? So are they? Oh my goodness, the thing I have so heavily relied on for years. So this seems to work. Ah, awesome. We got it. So just a bug on their side. So DOS, where's the DOS folder? DOS box. MD5 sum. Yeah, this program cannot be run in DOS mode. What did the website say? If you're using DOS or DOS-based versions of Windows 95, 98 ME included, you can use this MS-DOS compatible application, only 48K, which is fucking large for such a thing. Not be run in DOS mode. So this is like usual when trying to find something DOS specific, because for 20 people, for 20 years, people, it's now been like 24 years since DOS doesn't really matter, but people still use it like as a synonym for the command line, which is just But it's always like this. It's always like this when trying to find some kind of DOS application. I'm surprised how the stream can still have 10 viewers. I'm surprised that people haven't left yet. Dossi, Amogus. It's like having a conversation over a cup of tea, but instead of tea, it's being automatically typed in. Yeah, it definitely is. Holy fuck! Um, I've just been trying to install some kind of clock, some kind of stop clock thingy. Just regular stop clock thingy to have like in my stream because I didn't want to use some web thingy. And I feel like, okay, this looks fine. And then I'm like, no, wait, what? An entire gigabyte worth of dependencies. My goodness. So where's a clock? Like some... Nah, looks fine. KDE bloat cake. Yeah. Okay. Does its thing. Where's my water bottle? For... No, there it is. Engineer, yeah. I'm engineering my limit. Andali, I need. So I hope I get the pronunciation right. Um, there's a GIF. There's a GIF that I sometimes tend to use, and it's actually featuring Bonov, where he is sitting in court with red boxing glove and like a special kind of T-shirt. Where is that from, and where am I able to obtain the original footage from? I'm so sorry to make this guy a topic again, especially on here, but Wurzel, by the way, it's learn some fucking grammar. You need to write it like this. Now it's just artistic. It's like the GTA 5 or I think it was a GTA 4 thing already. The Pisswasser. I have no idea. Just seen it as a meme and a couple of videos with him. I don't, so even you don't know his full lore. So this guy so he's like so not nobody is able to grasp him or what who he is or what his intentions are. This is such a rabbit hole. This that video I commented on your comment. Third video. Okay, so you've just like discovered him for yourself, or what has what what? Uh, what has happened? It's being. Where's that? For some reason my. Oh, thank. Oh. Your thing got transparent somehow. Please call during the transmission Indian Texans asking for help. Here's some. There are a lot of people that know him for a long time, but it's pretty niche. I'm not one of them. Yeah, it's the green screen. Thank you. Please call during the transmission. Indian tech scammers and ask them for help. Here's some money to cover the cost for Skype. Oh shit! I need to make. I have to make it. Okay, but Kunde ist König, ne? Kunde ist König. Shit, 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 shit. Skype. Play Store. I'll probably have to adjust the chroma on here, so properties, cancel, filters, chroma key, similarity, awesome, okay. Kunde ist König, ne? Was soll ich machen? Ich kriege einfach fünf Schluchtenscheißer-Coins geschickt. Da muss ich ja auch, ne? So, Fun Lobby, if you could you be so generous? I believe you have me on Discord and I have you on Discord. I'm convinced of this. Do you do you have like any kind of call center to recommend to me? So, and what do you want me to say? So, what do you want the premise to be? So, I I need some advice. I need your playbook. I need your some kind of script of yours. Tell them you have a virus and you can't install any Steamio because you got but waste this time. To be fair, I think you're wasting you're wasting an opportunity here. Can't we just it's just like this Indian call center guy haha funny haha. I feel there's a bit of waste going on here. Or lure them to Seligma. Why don't we just like have a regular conversation with these people? So I don't mean to be a dick, you know, because there is some kind of arrogance to it, if you know what I mean. So maybe maybe we will just call one of these call center guys and just like, yeah, I know it's a scam. I'm paying you like some bucks, and it's just part of the stream. We just want you to be part of the stream. So can't we just make it a bit more peaceful and not like ill-intended? To be fair, the well, the money that I'm paying, the money that I'd be paying to call with them isn't what they want. That's not the thing they want. They want me to install some shitty software, some kind of thing, or like some kind of hard lock, Windows account lock. Um, I think like these $5 will be plenty enough to do some kind of calling. So let's just warm up. Let's just call one kind of number. Let's just have some kind of conversation, and because to be fair, I can somewhat relate to these people, especially India. So these Indian people, they know their craft, they know their shit, but the so they're having like the same problem as me, but like on steroids, and they are taking steroidist measures because of it. So these guys are basically like the Joker, and I don't mean to. Okay, have a good have a good night. I don't mean to annoy a Joker, you know. I'll be on the toilet, and then I'll proceed with the thing. Ask them why they don't invest in toilets. I just saw too much Pierogi Jim Brown, you know, where they're also dealing with a job environment where people are setting up job postings and holding their personal data hostage. I've seen a few videos on the whole Indian tech scammer thing. It seems like there are a lot of criminals operating successfully over there. But am I a libtard? Am I an unironic libtard in this regard? Because the people that we are gonna talk to, these aren't the criminals. These are just like the small fish crooks who are just as much of a victim as like the American grandmas and grandpas are. But let's set this Skype thingy up. These scammers make multiple factors of minimum wage, but we are not interacting with the scammers. Felix, do you still? Don't I know you? The I feel like I know you. So there's like something at the corner, like at the upper layer of my brain, associating something with your name. Are you like in that Facebook group? Ah, found out the cool to have you on here. Very cool to have you on here. So the compact is fine, except for some optic flaws. So like at the outer corner, around the CRT display, like the plastic, there's stuff getting brittle already, which is sad. But there's some cool things. I took the courage to install to solder in a CMOS battery holder. I Once I got that thing, I just clipped off the battery, and it was like this since for 10 years. And then all of a sudden I was like, I need to have a CMOS. I need to have a working CMOS. So I somehow found out how to unscrew the motherboard from the metal shielding, and I just did some soldering, and I actually did a good job, and I was surprised. But it was still like a risky thing, because I have two pairs of left hands, so as a visualization. Mine have tons of which is unfortunate. The plastic has survived for such a time, but then it just gave up one time. I still do things with it, and I love that thing, and I definitely like to make content, especially putting that thing into the center of my content. It's like the most valued possession. To be fair, I just like that thing. Okay. I need to set the Skype stuff up. Kunde König. Verdammte Scheiße. Soldering does take a lot to master. It gets worse. Dealing with SMT stuff isn't worth dealing with. I don't even get what these 3-letter things mean. Is it like the 3-letter agencies that you work for, that you have an NDA with? But to be fair, I've killed so much stuff trying to solder something, so it was like it was a 50-50 thing with the compact. if it would have gone wrong, I would have kept it until I'm able to. I would have tried to have Lewis Rossman repaired for me, in case I fucked something up. Small outline transistors. Yeah, okay. Biggest mistake of yours to reveal that for a few shekels people can make you dance. Nah. See, he's an exception. He's an exception, because like he even got my phone number, so he's like a close relative of mine, and for close relatives, I'm willing to do the Tanzbär. I'm just back again on Reddit. Someone has replied to my post. A colon backslash install bot. So there's like a subset of people that don't get the thing that we are doing in here, or they're trying to be they're trying to be ironic at this point. I don't mind putting them together initially, since you can use a heated plate, but repair work, I don't like SOT, SMT at all. So have you ever been involved in repair work, or was it just prototyping, where it didn't matter in the end, where you, so basically like this is like prototype level soldering that I did. um, But before doing the Skype stuff, let's wait for this to be done. Then let's do the clock thingy, start the clock thingy, and then get started with the Indian thing. If you still insist on it, Fun Lobby. I still have a bad feeling towards it, but Kunde, König, verdammte Scheiße. Ah, okay. Okay, successful transmission. As always, it's always successful. So I through sheer trial and error, I was able to fix that fucking library thingy in such a manner that my life could depend on this. So I could have like this Arduino transmit my DNA into a clone of mine, and I don't want to sound ableist. Never mind. Okay. So we have a clock running. I got a 365 account with myself. So you have like a dedicated. So are you so for real? You have a dedicated Microsoft Skype account thingy just for this, for the sheer sake of doing this call center trolling? Keep the cash and add we. No, I have no problem. I have no problem like spending a few bucks on that thing. I'd love to make you happy. I just want you to make the. I just want you to make the best decision on what you want me to do, because I'm bad at improvising, especially when people have thick accents. I just don't want to. Um, Ich will dich ja nicht enttäuschen, ne? It's not a scammer unless they call you first. So it seems as if Skype is offering me a free, even 3 months, like a some a 3 month worth of service for a certain location. One of them being India. So would this be sufficient, or is it like? So you've sent me some kind of numbers. Skype is still freeware, but like the like being able to call using Skype to like an actual phone number, that has always been like a paid service. Um, Search more the subscriptions. Like the +1 thing. I check everything costs now, buy better hardware. Or a sticker for your case. So the +9 the +1 numbers. So just let me try it, like a. So can I call this number on Skype? Okay. Just an elaborate shitpost. Okay, I'm glad for it. I'm glad for it being an elaborate shitpost because I'm a libtard, what the stuff is concerned. But thank you a lot for this donation. Thank you a lot. I said when doing with Wii controllers, it wouldn't at this point. It wouldn't even be that hard. I'd simply have to implement some kind of. I need to get a remote first because I'm lacking all kinds of remotes. I have a balance board. I could navigate using my weight. I could navigate using my weight and so it's really gonna be did it did it did it did it did it did it did it. Okay, I'm I'm lacking sleep. At least that's what I feel like. Um, why not? Maybe I could. There's no problem tied to it. The only problem being it won't happen this stream, and it won't happen this stream. So I'm just doing with the dance mat. So Super Mario World for the SNES has this weird buffer overflow thingy going on. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. So where you're basically by just doing an input overflow using the controller, you're basically able to do to rewrite the entire game inside of itself, turning it into Flappy Bird. So maybe one day we'll be able to do a similar thing on Doom. Um, with some kind of wall glitches and some kind of the binary space partitioning. We are finding some niche way to to have remote execution in this, and then we are turning it into a Dance Revolution thing. Could we label this tool-assisted speedrun of Doom installation on PC via PS2? Probably. How about Paul Allen's code inject? Tool-assisted speedrun of manual Doom installation, yeah. I doubt it's a category for speedruns. A curiosity thing. Just a curiosity thing. How many of you are like still on here, and how many of you are I forgot what I just said. I'm fucking tired. Is like some new person like who got from Reddit to here? Is any one of these still here? I'm curious. Oh, and by the way, what do you think about the stream's thumbnail, like as the final thing? Kuma thumbnail. Ah, thank you. Gonna go sleeping. Okay, okay, Fun Lobby. Have a good night, and thank you once again for your support. You are the fucking best. And to all the other supporters, both monetarily and non-monetarily, you're also the fucking best. Quite a spicy thumbnail. I didn't look at it closely before. What's on a? I think it's like a horse SVG vector graphics thingy. So it taken straight from the original footage, basically. You know, with the intention of making her look as jailbaity as it gets, and still legal. It seems good enough a streamer I know would like it since he does retro boomer shooter. He does the retro boomer shooter thing on Twitch. I'm glad that this isn't being transmitted at something like 300 baud or 2000, 1200 baud. Well, it's 500 baud. So what do you mean? Are you referring to the stream? Are you referring to the transmission of the video footage, or are you referring to the transmission of Doom? What even is a baud? I can't answer it myself actually. I think it's like bits per second. Transmission of Doom. So my calculations, or ChatGPT's calculations, according to ChatGPT's calculation, we are at like 500 baud in that area, using the base 64 decoding. So 300 baud, about 30 characters per second. Each of these lines is 76 characters long. Each line is 76 characters long, and it probably translates to 50, 60 bytes, and 50, 60 bytes, so characters per second. We have like a line per second essentially, so it's basically like the double of 300 baud, I believe. The baud rate for PS2 actually is much faster, but I'm using the base 64 approach. If I would write a pseudo keyboard driver which would grab the raw scan codes, so if I would go the raw scan code level, which is not doable through the means of a traditional keyboard, that's like something I wanted to stick to. I wanted it to be technically done with I wanted it to be doable with a keyboard in theory, but the 10K speeds, or like, I could probably achieve it by doing some more modifications to the PS2 dev library, and then implementing, like, writing my own keyboard driver which doesn't take keyboard input, but just like is abusing the PS2 host as a serial device, and then just writes its stuff onto the hard disk. It would be doable. It would be doable. But we are like halfway there. We are halfway there. So are you transferring a base 64 encoded compression of a Doom? Yes, I do. A base 64 encoded zip file, and I'm sending it chunk wise, and then, like, at the end I'll merge them using a copy command, and then hopefully be able to unzip those. How did you translate the bytes into keystrokes? Is this typing out the hexadecimal representation? Um, no, it's base 64. So, but so the Arduino is receiving a string. The Arduino is just receiving a string of what is supposed to end up on the screen of the computer, and the Arduino translates that stuff into key codes, like the make code and the break code, or when, like, shift is involved, like sending a make shift or break shift and all kinds of that stuff. This being done on the Arduino. I'm wondering if the sound will work. So if the laptop is, like, Sound Blaster compatible, and if the Doom zip I have has, like, native Sound Blaster support. I'd really want the music to work. I stopped watching after the keyboard buffer error occurred. Yes, not really, not really. I circumvented it. So there seems to be a upper memory limit with the comp file, and I feel like it's 64K opposed to 640K. So somewhere around 64K, it's always shitting its pants, and I got around this issue by just splitting, by just sending two chunks each. I could, if I had the time, and I will invest the time once before it. I want to upload that project onto GitHub. I will rewrite the hex editor to not have this issue anymore. So to have like some pre buffering implemented, so that it's like doing hard drive accesses, like, in between. So to flush the buffer, the limited com file buffer. I'll be back. Let's. Oh no, I can't go. I still have a clock to watch. Ah, unfortunate. Imagine if all games use this installation method, we'd be picky about which games to play. Oh, definitely, definitely. Or if games would like cost huge sums of money. Alley Cat for sure. Alley Cat would probably be an easy one. Isn't Alley Cat just a com file? It's probably like beyond the 640k. It's probably just a few kilobytes, so it would be transmitted in no time. Thirty-eight kilobytes. Oh, okay, so basically nothing. So it's just as large as the paper image that I transferred yesterday. What was the biggest game you guys compressed into floppies during the DOS era? MK3, around 19 meg. Oh my goodness. So you essentially you must have had like 15, 14, 15 floppies. Wow. Awesome, awesome, awesome. 5250. 5250. Uh, 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 um. But it's just a chunk. It's like a tenth of the whole executable. Let me look it up. How large is that thing? And is the checksum even right? Of course, the checksum is right. Da, 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 da. Seventh chunk. Seventh chunk. 3 chunks left and one small one. So I'll have to do a toilet thing. Prösterchen. Gonna quick open a beer as well. Well deserved. For me, in my opinion, it was like a really well deserved beer to me. Once a year I travel to Munich. I absolutely love Augustiner beer. So this is like Köstritzer. I always like to call it Köckritzer because it's vulgar. Um, um, I'm not even this much of a beer enjoyer. I tend to. I'm more of a wine person, but when beer is available, I like to have a beer, if like 2 times a month or so. Um, Munich, Munich, huh? Kotzritzer. The Köckritzer, you know, like cock, but with like an umlaut, a Köck and Ritze, and I need to get a good chunk of sleep. Haben Sie in Filou schon... Ja, natürlich. Of course. Of course I did. Once again, thank you for that present of yours. Gotta send you a couple of Portuguese wine bottles. So, okay, you're Portuguese. Okay. Huh. The problem is, I have a very instrumentalist perception of alcohol. So if something was, so if like something that's alcohol, I'm not really an enjoyer of it. I'm more like the enjoyer of the effect. So I could drink the worst kind of booze and still be as satisfied as with like a $100 whiskey. But yes, Wurzel, it was really a satisfaction. It just makes me nostalgic. The whole brand. Uh, Viewers, I need you to entertain me. You, you need to keep me awake somehow. Shadowplay. I'm guilty of this. I have started it off. I did the Köckritz joke. Yes, I do. And so just for context, like the Shadowplay, she's my wife actually, and yes, I'm married, and but sometimes we tend to have like quite some differences in tastes. So disagreements even, and I like to have drinks warm, so like room temperature, without any exceptions. I don't like, I don't want to have my Coke below below 15 degrees Celsius, of course. And it's the same with beer. It's the same with everything. And this is like a cold beer that was like in the refrigerator. Um, and went upstairs to get that thing, and we had like a conversation going on about me preferring piss warm beers. But yeah, you you can try to shame me for it as much as you want. I'm a piss warm beer enjoyer. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! There's so much fucking brain rot. We are reaching brain rot levels that weren't deemed possible like minutes ago. Well, the entire Artyom Bonov conversation thing was also weird in itself, but the brain rot is like expand dong. We are basically doomed. You mean at this point I somewhat regret during while making my thumbnail, I should have put something like doomed at the upper top of the laptop screen, you know, as a black reference. But never mind. Um, BBC BBC Micro. When you know British retro computing enthusiasts, they are always obsessed with the BBC. So they are talking about the BBC as if a BBC was like a mutual thing, and they are referring to a mutual thing, of course. But I can't keep my face in a locked position while listening to someone talk about BBC. um, oh my god! Oh my god! I'm so sleep deprived at this point. I just want this to be done. I just want to play Doom, and I suck at playing Doom, especially with a screen like this. I just want to go through the first level and then be done with this. And then, oh, it was a cool stream. Thank you for being on here. It was such a night. And then make my video of it. And and then he turned himself into a pickle. The funniest fucking. Yeah, of course, Wurzel. You don't even have to try to expand my dom. Yes, I want. What was it called? Um, Human instrumentality. I want to reach a human instrumentality using this project of mine. I want just everything to turn into orange, to turn into some orange sludge. Like, I'm curious, how many German viewers do we still have in here? Because if it's like an exclusive German only thing, I'm willing to switch to German at this point. So who's even unironically watching this? Like even like as an aftermath thing. So if it's like a German only thing, we can just start talking about fucking Drachenlord. Wie er ogert und wongelt. Und mir damals 2019 die Prügel hinausschmeißen wollte. Und als er versucht hat, mich zu doxen und nee, das war was anderes. Aber never mind. Still around. No, please don't try not. Don't mind me. Just go for a jump. I'm still around, but it's mostly just in the back while I'm doing so. Okay, okay, then I agree with Wurzel. Ein Volk, ein Reich, ein Kommentarbereich. Ja, was macht ihr denn jetzt alle so? Überhaupt zu solch einer unheiligen Uhrzeit? Vor allem Wurzel, dich muss ich das fragen. Yes, please, dran, Leute. Schlafprokrastinieren, lol, okay, ja, ja, ja. Lebensentscheidungen hinterfragen, oh, ja, sounds relatable. Why am I still stuck? Warum bin ich immer noch im fucking Englisch-Modus jetzt nach der Ge ähm, der ewige Angelo, oh Gott. Alpecin. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I think I'm convinced it's just a shitty way of me having cut my hair. So it's not. And if it's like something, it's a temporary thing. I have it. It's a cycle. It's a cycle with my. Bipolarer. Yeah, basically. Und Wurzel, thank you for being on here. You make this. Du bist quasi jetzt so quasi das letzte Puzzlestück, das alles zusammenhält. Weißt du, einfach nur deine Präsenz jetzt vor allem zum Ende hin. Dass ich einfach nur mental, weißt du, das mental jetzt hier durchstehe, dieses. Felix ist genau minus eine Wurzel davon entfernt, sich den ganzen. Nah, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm really fine. I'm glad that this is going to end. And that I got the job done. This is like a huge. This is a huge accomplishment for me and myself. That I managed to pull this off in like a week. In a week of vacation. Ah, Discord. Immer scheiß Discord gucken, du. Arsch. Also. So, wie geht's? Ah, wieder ein Deutscher. Gibt's doch nicht. Immer alle die Deutschen, ne? Package 06, also quasi ab 00 angefangen. Also wir sind jetzt im 7. Package. Dann haben wir noch. Warte. Mein Hirn kann nicht mehr richtig rendern vor der ganzen. Vor lauter Wurzel. Wurzel, der wurzelt. 7, 8, 9. Drei Pakete sind noch übrig. 3 Pakete müssen wir noch schicken. Das heißt, wir sind wahrscheinlich noch bis. Also mit Sicherheit. Also wir sind hier noch mal gute 3 Stunden hier und schauen Brot beim Schimmeln zu. Das ist mein beste Deutsch. Let's be for real. You know you do know Paul Elsack personally, don't you? Like every Dutchman does. Oh, morning slash. Oh, the usual people are starting to appear. I'm. I'd be willing to bet like a small sum of money that your phone's ringtone is like "Come Take My Hand" by Two Brothers on the Fourth Floor, or some song that has been made by them. You Dutch people, you're all the same, especially what music is concerned. I just know that. Nein! Was? Nee, you're kidding me. You do? You do? Please don't be trolling me. So if you do, like, heads off. Be right. I work for Don Diablo and here. It's so weird. It's so weird. This entire stream has always been like this weird elitist club. this weird elitist club for like the entire 8 days. We have this weird I don't mean to be this NASA guy. He he's somewhat cryptic in his being, in his existence. We have the Taskman who's been trying to help me with the PS2 implementation, and then all of a sudden I'm like bacon maxing the hell out of everything, having someone in my stream who knows Paul fucking Elstack personally. What's going on? This is like a fucking Matrix glitch. The only thing stronger than Felix racism against Dutch. Nah, I love the Dutch. The Dutch. I have no idea about what Dutch people are, but just the sheer fact that that they have invented Maaskantje and happy hardcore, like not the anime bullshit from nowadays, but like the original, the real thing that got copycatted by Blümchen and all sorts of these. So Dutch people are like musical geniuses, and it's a shame that people aren't able to recognize this. I don't even know the people you've been listing, so this must be it must be it must either be somewhat modern, because I'm not a modern person what music is concerned, or anything at all, or it's like really really nichey. We'll be back. There are two things I hate in lives, people: hating on other people's cultures and the Dutch. Old B still going strong. Yes, it is. It is. Jag. So, so to whom is this question dedicated to? Do you, assuming you can? Well, I can talk about it. So, and technically, I'm still under contract, um, but left with nothing to do at this point because it's running out. Um, and I don't feel like proceeding at where I'm at. So it's primarily a web. It used to be primarily a web dev job with lots of creative freedoms. To my advantages, to my advantages and disadvantages. Um, so now I'm like in a state of anything could happen in like 4 weeks. To make it sound a bit drastic. Um, I'm I'm just trying this whole Doom thing, for example. At this point, I'm just trying to do the opportunity maxing of maybe having this like as a vehicle to get to know someone, to have like some to have some good work to do. It sounds weird, but or maybe that this it always sounds stupid when saying it. When actively saying it, it always sounds stupid. But the idea of doing like the content creation gamble is somewhat attractive to me. It sounds somewhat attractive to me, and maybe there's like a future to this. You're good at it, but I can tell it's a heavy time investment. Well, it is. It definitely is. Like literally, as to be seen, as to be seen here. Ah, it's sad, man. I feel a bit sorry for you, Mellingen, because you seem to have enjoyed it, your trip. Inter interdimensional lizard. What is Barne? I explained it in. I also explained it in yesterday's stream. So so Barne. Um, does the term Drachenlord or Dragonlord, does it ring a bell, or is it 50 mom took over entire trip, rushed me out. Oh, that must suck. That must suck as a feeling. But at least still you got to Dragon Lord doesn't metal. No, it's not a metal band. Not directly. So Drachenlord or Dragonlord or Dragonlord, he's a German content creator. Um, he started his journey like 2012, 2013. Um, and due to his mannerisms and his overall behavior, he's already at the very beginning has become a target for being picked at by the online community. And the entire so-called Drachen game, so as like a conflict between the people who make fun of him and he himself. So it gained it got continuously extreme. So that he in there are like Count Dangula, for example. He made a somewhat good video on this. Um, Never mind. And this guy, so he's like a huge meme, and so he's like a huge element of German meme culture. And he used to stream on a platform, on some kind of video streaming platform, some kind of niche thing, and the fake currency of that streaming platform was bars, like as in gold bars, and in German that's Barren, Barren, Barren. But Drachenlord, he tends to have quite a strong accent, like a Bavarian, Franconian, Frankish accent, where he tends to swap the N and the E at such words, and it got and this got this and his community, or more like this, his anti-community, it likes to transcript him and his mannerisms and his way of speaking. So like in text to just mock him. Könnt ihr mir jetzt noch mal ein paar mehr Barnen reinschmeißen? So, so the word Barne, due to the transcription, got somewhat popular, and I'm basically just trying to appeal to the kind of Dragon Lord bubble audience thingy. Kind of lolcow with a short exactly this guy. Yeah. I'm sorry, Mehlingen, but Actually, I'm out of headphones. I'm not even kidding. I'm out of headphones. They got lost somewhere in a boating accident. Really, I don't know where they are. Well, actually, headphones. To me, headphones is like money. You don't have one money. You don't have one headphone. You have always headphones. Because it's. You don't have one pair of headphones. You have like a whole collection of them. Either half working or none working. And it's just like some. It's like a consumer good. A consumer good to be consumed nowadays. So Bett bezogen, aber head out. Klarwurzel, danke dir fürs Dasein. Bist der Beste. That was fucking close. Guilty about having many headphones, but all of my were an investment and are still working. My oldest is a set of DT880 that I had for about 15 years. Oh, impressive. Oh, nah. Even if I had like a good quality pair of headphones, I'd probably still be better off just buying like a cheapo pair of headphones each month. So I'm not good at keeping care of headphones. I was in your shoes until it took the dive. I never liked spending over $50 on a pair, but one day I had a real job and was tired of them breaking, dying, so I blew. Ah, okay. So maybe one day I'll be able to do that without feeling somewhat guilty. You know, I'm still young. But actually, I have like a really good pair of headphones, which was really cheap but survived like apocalypses. It's a JBL 110 BT, so Bluetooth headphones where like each earpiece is still connected with a wire. The battery has died long ago. Like I bought them in 2019. The battery has already died, but I was able to somehow replace it, like in a silly manner. Unfortunately, I don't have them around. I have them somewhere. um, but from an acoustic standpoint and like from a quality standpoint, besides the battery, absolutely perfect headphones, which is awesome. Don't buy a gimmick. Do some research. So, do you have like in your personal opinion? Do you have like some kind of list, some kind of mental list of brands that tend to be gimmicky dumb shit, so that I know which brands to avoid. Oh, so you're also a Apple disenjoyer, as I am, which is good, which is very very good. Also, like you said, anything that had Bluetooth will require a swap. Yeah, a white glue. That's right. have speakers. I don't have speakers actually. The Mellingen guy wants me to watch some ASMR thing, but I don't have my headphones around, and at this point I'm just way too lazy to. No offense, but nah, it's just doom in time. Futo is hiring. If you haven't looked into them, food. They need some QA. Oh God, QA. Oh my, Futo. Which Futo is it exactly? Is it like the keyboard thing, or is it like or is it a university, or which Futo exactly? Computers should belong to you, the people. We develop and fund technology to give them back. Futo voice, live captions, Harbor. Okay. Oh, they really seem to be big players. QA lead, QA tester. Huh. Thing being from a Louis Rossmann thing. Oh. Like, do you really think I have a chance? Like, experience in software QA. QA looks easy enough that anyone with development background could get it. If you explain to them this project, you're guaranteed this job. Well, to a certain extent, I feel like this is like this project, like this whole week, is worth mentioning in ACV. I unironically do believe that. Tech Pro purity test. Let's just. Yeah. Do it, you coward! Absolutely worth mentioning. It's too absurd not to. There's a story you could mention a programming interview conversation. They'd be interested. Well, the best in the. So that's like my personal experience and like the personal experience of others I've spoken with, that the the kind of the kind of hiring interviews where it's just like, like there's that vibe thing where it all of a sudden like stops being an interview and just like, oh, tell me more, oh, tell me what more, like the mutual tell me more thing. This is like an awesome experience to have like on both sides. And to be fair, I'd actually like to have at least this kind of interview. Clearly, Felix is a 4500 tech entrepreneur. It demonstrates it demonstrates a passion for independent learning. Um, um, well, I'm a pure autodidact. I'm a purely autodidactic person. What this is concerned. So like everything that involved formal education has on my side always been done because of like the certificate that's tied to it, not necessarily boosting my confidence overall and being a person. But if you just need somewhere to land, start, imagine the biggest broker will the number of applicants, Nishani. But keep an eye on it. I'll definitely keep an eye on it. Especially since it's an Louis Rossman approved thingy. There's nothing that could go wrong. Tom Steiner. World's first MP3? Wasn't it like some Vegas, irgendwas mit something with Vega and Fraunhofer Institute and 2 chunks left. So we have like 2 megabytes already. Somewhere around 2 megabytes, 1.8 megabytes. So we are beyond floppy disk level. I'm just waiting for John Carmack to get into the chat and give you a job. I've mentioned it yesterday, I believe, or yesterday. If like John Romero or John Carmack would like acknowledge my existence, this would be due to this thing. I don't even expect a job. I just expect like an acknowledgement of my existence. I'd be quite satisfied. Ah, ah, ah. Berlingen, I really appreciate you trying to keep me awake, but at this point, I just want to look at a blue screen with gray text. Just let me suffer. It's not necessarily a me problem. It's more of a no sleep problem for 48 hours thing. Point point thing. Be on the toilet. I feel like, how many viewers did? Ah, 5. Okay, it has gone down significantly, which is fine. Which is totally fine. We must visit the Heinz Nixdorf Museumsforum in Paderborn someday. Or like the Konrad Zuse Museum in Hünfeld. We also should do that. Frau, du bist die Beste. I'm not the kind of person I'm not good at power napping. There's either napping or there's no napping. So I'll have my nap. I'll have my well-deserved nap. I'll have my well-deserved nap once I've been through doom. Uh, Once I sleep in, I'm sure that even like the laptop's beeping once the chunk transmission is done won't wake me up. That's the problem. I know myself too good. I started power napping after 35 and the third kid. Oh, we should also visit an airport and just hang out and watch the planes someday. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's a good idea. Felix, what if someone would pay you 1 million euros for you to finish Doom on hard mode after the installation? No, I would. I wouldn't nail it. I wouldn't even start the challenge because I've never I've never played Doom actually. I've never played it to be fair. I'm just I like the vibe of Doom, but I get motion sick of it, and especially such kind of display. Nah, never. The compact, for example, like with the CRT display, it would be another story. But I wouldn't take. I'm sure I wouldn't take the challenge on this kind of hardware. No way. And to be fair, it's like the shareware episode of Doom. So there is I don't even know if there would even be a official way of doing a playthrough with the installation once it's done. Any kind of checksum happening this transfer image. There is always checksumming. So after each transmission, like after each file is being so every time the editor closes, it's printing its own checksum, and it has always matched. So like the we are now at the ninth of 10 chunk, and there hasn't been a single transmission error yet. And due to the chunking, if there would be like some kind of transmission error, we could simply replace the chunk. So it would still take another hour though, but we could get the job done. But luckily there is no such thing. So I somehow managed to make that PS2 dev library really work. Thank you guys for being in here. I actually missed one name. It's somewhat sad. I think he left once the conversation got silly. Good night. Good night. Gonna sleep. Stay strong, Felix. I'm gonna stay strong. I'll do a bit of doom scrolling, and then once the chunk is done, I'll send the last chunk and the small, like the 40 kilobyte chunk, and then do the decompression, and then start playing Doom for like probably 5 minutes, and then being annoyed by it and stopping the stream. I'm not even sure what to do once I reach this point. Oh, awesome. Okay. So, dann erstmal hier. Ah, so, Klassiker. We are so close. We are so close to doom. Yo, good. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm just trying to relax, but we are very close. We are very close. So, like, I feel it's like 20 minutes or so. 20 minutes until we can play Doom. Legalize nuclear bombs. Yo, Felix, what are you doing right now? Well, I'm looking at a screen. I'm just looking at a screen and waiting for the whole Doom thing to finally install. So I feel like we're 20 minutes away from it. So there's one last chunk of 70 kilobytes that still needs to be sent after this chunk, but this chunk is like more than halfway done. And then we'd simply have to pipe in a few commands to merge these multiple files into a zip file. Then I'll do a MD5 check once again, and then I'll unzip it, and then I'll be done with the installation. Then I'm probably spending a few minutes inside of that Doom installation once it's there. Objective complete then. So the mission would have been accomplished by then. Wait, so typing in the files for... Yes, exactly, basically. But getting this whole setup to work was like a pain in the ass because for the Arduino there is a PS2 keyboard emulation library, but it was faulty and I had to fix it to make it reliable. So like stream, most of my screen time was wasted or like spent on fixing that library. But yeah, so like even the editor that's being used and like all the utilities that I'm using, like unzip and all of that stuff, has also been typed using this thing. So it's just like a bare metal DOS being used, and from that point onwards, everything has been typed in some way. So there's basically a diskless install of Doom. A diskless, a floppyless, a networkless, a serial cableless installation of Doom. How are you transferring the data from your PC to? What? No, no. It's a bit. So the Arduino, there are like two cables attached to that thing. So one is the blue one is the USB cable towards my computer, which is basically being fed by the terminal window in this, you know, and the black wire is like the PS2 connection. So where are the game files themselves in all of this question from me? Well, the game files are located on my computer, so they need to be located on my computer. But my computer is sending them to the Arduino, and so the Toshiba, the laptop right here, so it's just being fed using keyboard input, plain keyboard input. That in theory, given enough time, a human would be able to type in. And so you guys are all gonna witness some kind of magical moment. So if you're like here at this point, if you're watching me, I feel like you'd be regretting leaving. For real, we are like so close to doom. Were there any bottlenecks in the process due to? Yes, there were. There actually were. Good that you're asking, because the very first step to actually like get anything running on this thing, I had to write a hex editor by myself, and I had to make it very minimalistic, and it was in the typical 16-bit address space constraints of a COM file. And in yesterday's stream, for example, I've been exceeding that limit, so I've been feeding too much data into that self-written application, causing the entire machine to lose its shit. But due to this being an old PC is not the problem actually. The only bottleneck that really exists is the PS2 connector. And its lack of speed. What gave you the idea to do this? I had this idea in the back of my head for quite a long time. Um, there is like this concept called bad USB attacks. I'm not sure if if you ever heard of it. So like having a USB flash drive, but with a modified controller, so that it pretends to be a keyboard or like a mouse, and once you plug it into a computer, then it does something weird, something with malicious intent. And I, for a long time, wanted to make something similar for the PS2 bus. The old round purple thing, like the one this laptop has. Um, and then I was like, so for this purpose, I even got the spot, knowing that it's technically capable of doing that. And then it was like, why do something malicious with it if you can just make it install Doom? And so I had this idea for so long, and I've been able to execute it like in during this week, and I'm quite glad about it. I've heard of bad USBs. You could probably make a very chunky prototype with an ESP32 due to yeah. Or you could use like a bad USB attack to install Doom, but I'm already doing that thing. So I I'm the first. Even though it isn't USB, it's like PS2. It's like even more complicated. Hey, so can we get some music to celebrate? Always feel bad with music because it's like such a good moment, and I want to keep it intact, and I don't want it to be stained by accusations of copyright infringement and stuff like that. If you want, if you want me to, I could play some Kevin McLeod, or some shit like this. But the I feel like the Doom music itself, if I can get the sound working, so if it has native sound blaster support, I think it should be the celebration music in itself. Yeah, it does. It definitely does. Do you have some sort of B64 to file converter, or is it more like B64 to file? So the pattern is the following. Um, I started with a Doom zip file, and I put the Doom zip file into chunks each, and then each chunk has been base 64'd. So you can see it. One chunk is done. So what it does is it saves it as base 64. Then it unbase 64s it, and now it's like in binary data. And now it's like the final chunk that's missing. And it's only 70k, so it's gonna take way less than the previous chunks. All right. Now, once that chunk is done, I have like 11 chunks. So 10 chunks of 230k each, and now the last 70k chunk. I can merge them together, back together with a copy command. So just by using a DOS command, and this will basically be the intact zip file. And I've already transferred an unzip utility using the same approach, and I can unzip that Doom zip thing, and from this point onwards, I should be able to play Doom. Have you tried Doom on this computer before? Or I'm pretty confident that Doom is just gonna work out of the box because it's a rather recent computer. Like, it's a mid 90s computer, so 32 megabytes of RAM, a 133 Pentium, so it will work. It will definitely work. I'm pretty confident, but I never reproduced the setup, so I'm um, there is some component of drum roll to it. You're right. Is that the blue screen of doom? No, just the text editor. It's a blue screen of impending doom, in a rather literal sense. By the way, unrelated, but I like your video where you exposed the Windows 2000 computer to the internet. Seeing it actually happen is cool. Thank you. Thank you. There's like in real life me, I'm hearing that a storm is approaching. Let's not hope that there's some kind of power outage interrupting this whole thing. So where I have to make like a ninth stream right before it. Yeah, it seems as if I had to reproduce that vibe. So the entire thing that I'm doing here right now, like in form of a stream, I will make a normal video out of it, and I will try to make like I'll try to implement the best patterns and like the I'm trying to reapply the style I used to have like 2 years ago into that video I'm about to make about this whole Doom PS2 Endeavor thing. The last 70k of data, like 70k out of 2.4 megabytes. Let's hope that it's gonna do its job. From what I remember, you announced the PC on Reddit or something, but believe it or not, the process of infection can be totally automated. Yes, probably. So I deeply believe that there was no Redditor involved in the infection for obvious reasons, because it was the whole minor thing that infected my PC. This wasn't like some Redditor's work. This was completely automated. Probably some pre-infected infrastructure infecting some other infrastructure, finally infecting me. It was basically like this. Last chunk. We are so close. We are so close to doom. Any OS below Vista should be obsolete for those reasons. Eternal Blue is pretty scary exploit. I'm not sure if you know the... Yes, I do. I actually... The funny thing is I've mentioned WannaCry during that video. So that that's interesting. Also an interesting thing is I've been talking with others about Eternal Blue here on the stream. Like not this stream, but like a yesterday stream or so, about the possibility of Eternal Blue affecting really old Windows versions, you know, such as Windows 95 and 98. The interesting thing is, so according to the blueprints, Windows 95 and 98 should be just as much affected by the exploit, but there are no implementations, there are no proof of concepts for Eternal Blue on 9X. So I always was like, should I be the person to pull it off? I actually want someone else to do it, but if there isn't someone on time who does it, it's probably gotta be me. Would you take advantage of an Eternal Blue like Vern if only you knew about it? I probably would, yes. I would. Well, let's be fair, who wouldn't? Oh my god. The transmission is complete. Okay. Copy /b d.00 plus d.01 plus d.02 plus d.03 plus d.04 d.05 d.06 d.07 d.08 d.09 d.10 copy /b d00 d01 d02 d03 d04 5 6 7 8 9 10 doom.zip php nx php copy /b da 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 da. MD5 MD5.exe doom.zip. So let's compare it. What does it say? Something 22 blah blah 07. Okay. MD5 sum doom.zip. That's the thing. We got it. 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 Okay. 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 CWSDPMI. Loaded. Unzip.exe doom.zip. Destination directory doom. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. CD doom. Doom. Oh! Whoa, 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 whoa! Oh my fucking goodness, it's done. Oh my goodness. Do you fucking see it? It's fucking doom. Ah, oh, awesome. Fucking awesome. Wow. Wow, I pulled it off. Wow. Holy shit. So I just unplugged this, so we won't need this anymore. Wow. I need to get some water. I just need to get some water at this point. Oh my goodness. And I need to take a piss. Oh my fucking goodness. My fucking goodness. It's just that. It's just Doom. Wow. At this point, I don't even want to play it anymore. I just want to look at the demo, but I have to essentially. So can I rearrange the screen somehow? Okay, I can see the chat. Wow. Whoa, 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 whoa. Holy fucking shit. So how do I even control this fucking abomination? Oh. So can I do some changes to the can I it's a MIDI thing, so setup. Choose music sound card. Sound blaster. Should be fine. Oh. Yeah, that's never mind. It sounds the same. I have no idea what I'm even doing at this point. The screen ghosting, it's horrible. So that's like my accomplishment. So that's like the reward. Oh my goodness. What have I got myself into? Oh, lol. So there needs to be some setup. Sound of X card. Sound Blaster 220. DMA channel. Enter. Let's just get into Windows and then start it from here. So that we will have the driver issue resolved, the sound issue. Oh, E-Rip. Ah, that's weird. So here this works. Nope. Let's just change it to MIDI. Who cares? Oh yeah. Oh, it sounds awful. That's like the screen. That's the fading is the screen itself because it's like early LCD. So at this point, I don't even want to play any Doom anymore. So this is basically like the outro music. So I think I think we are I think we are done at this point. I know it's anticlimactic. I know it's anticlimactic, but I hope I hope you get the point. So, is there like anything from your side? So you have become witnesses of like a thing. So I, to be fair, I feel a bit bad just leaving like that. I somewhat want to because I don't want to play Doom at this point, but you've all gone quiet. Why? So have you gone quiet, or is it on my side? It's pretty interesting to have seen this even on the last day. So I don't think anybody would have thought of doing this ever. Props for thank you, thank you. There's lag, yeah, there's lag. Always some component of lag to it. 1 minute late. Okay, okay, see. Well, well. So my next objectives are gonna be like making a full video out of this, turning this whole thing into a video of itself, and then doing like the next weird project. And I probably also do it in a similar fashion. I just stream the entire process. I just stream the entire process because it really helps me in just getting the thing done. Oh my goodness. Ah. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So I hope you don't mind, but I need to end the stream. You are the best. You are the greatest, and like all of my viewers who couldn't witness this and just who will watch this afterwards. You're also the greatest. You're the fucking best, and it's somewhat sad that Warname he was like the most loyal of all of these viewers wasn't here to see this. So thank you,